shifting 10 or 20 miles. So that's why we conveyed that risk across such a large area to help support the evacuation of much of that west central coast of Florida.
But Tampa Bay is particularly vulnerable, correct?
Correct. Yes, Mr. President. It's one of the most vulnerable locations along the entire west coast of Florida because water gets funneled up into the bay. If you were to see a worst case scenario there, you could see storm surge as much as twice as high as they saw during Helene, where it got up to 7 or 8 feet in the bay. It could potentially get up above 10 feet in this event.
Well, thanks a lot, Mike. I appreciate it.
Hey, Mike. It's good to see you again, and thank you for all your work. So for the folks who have been living in Florida a long time and have experienced these storms many times, how are you talking with them about how this is going to be different and so the difference between what they're used to and what this will be as a way to hopefully give them more encouragement to know that they need to get out?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Vice President. Yes, we've been emphasizing the size and the intensity of the storm and the direction at which it's approaching, which is unusual and really raises that storm surge risk for the west coast of Florida. We typically see hurricanes approach the west coast of Florida from the south or southeast, moving parallel to the coast. This track more perpendicular to the coast really raises the storm surge risk. And the size of the storm is going to produce hazardous impacts across much of the peninsula. So we've been hitting the surge risk on both coasts, actually, the hurricane force winds, the flooding rainfall threat, the tornadoes, and trying to re-emphasize the scale and breadth of the threat, which is somewhat unusual for Milton.
Thank you, and thanks for your good work.
Mike, one more question.
Yes, sir.
For people listening, what is the width of the state of Florida from the Tampa Bay area across to Sebastian Inlet in that area to Palm Beach? What kind of distance are we talking about?
Across the state of Florida, you're probably talking about, 150, 200 miles. That's an estimate, but the storm's going to be moving at 15 miles per hour. So it's going to be moving across that area very quickly. And the tropical storm force winds, the 30, 40 mile per hour winds or greater now extend almost out more than 200 miles from the center. They're going to get even larger as the storm approaches the coastline. So that's going to cause those wind impacts to affect much of the state.
The reason I asked the question is I think, at least for me, having done a lot of this the last 3 years, emphasizes the consequential damage this storm can do. I mean, it's going to enter Florida on the west as a hurricane and leave as a hurricane. And that's pretty unusual. Anyway, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will move on now to the National Weather Service Director, Ken Graham.
All right. Thanks, Liz. I appreciate it. And wanted to thank Administrator Criswell for everything through this, and Dr. Brennan as well. The Hurricane Center has been really focused on this and on it with such a great forecast the whole way. I just wish we could minimize those impacts, but that doesn't look like what's going to happen. So, Mr. President and Madam Vice President, we continue to work at the National Weather Service with our federal, state, and local decision makers during the storms. Look, we actually have our scientists embedded with FEMA, the state and local emergency operations centers, and we also have our scientists embedded with the U.S. Coast Guard District 7 to really help out with these decisions to make sure they're right there to answer the questions as they come up. They're covering really the subtleties, as you've mentioned in this forecast. Dr. Brennan mentioned those small changes can make a big difference. Little wiggles really do matter. Those small wobbles make a difference in the storm surge. And all these big storms, they wobble and wiggle all the way in. We'll see that happening as this gets closer to landfall. So as Administrator Criswell said, listen to those local officials. I can't stress enough, 30 years with NOAA, 30 years in the Weather Service. This is a particularly dangerous track. People really need to be getting into their safe locations as the impacts start deteriorating really quickly over the next few hours. Words really matter in these storms. Even if the winds decrease somewhat near landfall, we really try to avoid words like weaken. It really gives a false sense of security to the public. So we really want to stress that no matter what happens to that, the wind speed in this system, catastrophic impacts will result either way. The size of the wind speed, the actual size of it will be expanding, as Dr. Brennan was saying. So much of that impact will cover most of the peninsula. And Mr. President, like you said, Milton, think about it. It just goes over my mind over and over. Milton will enter as a hurricane and exit as a hurricane. So you'll see damage from the landfall point on the west coast, and you'll see damage on the east coast as well. So it's really important to focus on those impacts. Again, seeing those impacts on both coasts. We're really starting to see the impacts as we speak. I was just looking at the radar before doing this meeting here, and we've got tornadoes already touching down in some spots in Florida, and some have been confirmed that have touched down as well. And about 90% of those tornadoes occur on that right front quadrant of a tropical system. So we're really, our folks are at the Weather Service are on duty 24 hours a day, watching that radar to make sure that we can get those warnings out quickly to people so they can take cover. And as Dr. Brennan said, think about it, Mike, right, 140 miles wide. Now we're 200, and we expect it to be greater than 240 miles away from the center with these winds. So that's a huge area that we can see some of that damage. Very concerned about the storm surge, and I wanted to double down on something. It's not just, Tampa Bay with that 8 to 12 foot forecast, or 10 to 15 down to Boca Grande. I mean, you could see 5 to 8 feet of storm surge all the way down to Chokoloskee. Think about Fort Myers, Naples, well away from that center. We just got to really keep reminding people they're not safe, even though you're not, not near the center of the storm. So we'll continue to really message that as we can. The other part of this, flooding could last a while. So unlike other areas with elevation, there's not much elevation in Florida. So some of these rivers are going to be slow to drain. Some of these rivers could stay up for about a week after the storm. And the storm surge will act as a blocker to drain some of that rain from the inland area. So that could really be add some challenges to some communities with the flooding and recovery efforts, as some of the roads will be pretty impassable. So, I was looking at this, Mr. President, Madam Vice President. Yesterday I said the clock was ticking. Today I'm saying the alarm bell's going off. People really need to start getting into their safe place. As always, the Weather Service remains on duty 24/7 to make sure decision makers have all the information they need and the updates to this storm.
Ken, I'd like to focus on one thing you said. I don't think most people would think it, but the idea that sometimes it takes days for rivers to crest after a major storm like this. Are there any particular areas of concern that are related to this type of flooding? And how long do you think the flooding conditions could last? In other words, I think people think once the winds are died down and gotten through that, okay, we're all set. But these rivers flooding are consequential, and it takes time, right?
It takes time. That storm surge pushes up every nook and cranny of Florida. So it goes up bays, goes up rivers, it fills in all these areas. And then you add that incredible amount of rainfall, and that rain can't drain because the storm surge has it blocked. So just really looking at some of the areas in Hillsborough River, Alafaya River, Peace River, some of these type of traditional places that could flood, we really got to watch those areas and those communities. So it takes quite a while for that water to drain.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Ken, I have a question for you. You mentioned words matter, and I know there's a lot of media following this briefing. So there have been, we've gone from a Cat 5 to a Cat 4, and the language that a lot of folks have been using is downgrade. But it sounds like you're cautioning us that may communicate a sense that the danger is lessened when in fact it's not. Can you talk a little bit about that? Because I know a lot of folks are watching right now and would love to have your feedback on how we should be talking about this.
Yeah, we need everybody that communicates to the public to be on the same page with the words, because I've 30 years of doing this. I've seen this so many times. People will think, oh, it was a Cat 5, now it's a Cat 3. That's not a reason to relax. It's not weakened. That's not diminished. That means that we've expanded the wind field. The impacts don't change associated with that. And I've seen this in Hurricane Florence and other historic hurricanes. So we have to be mindful of the words that we use and focus on those impacts. Those impacts haven't changed no matter what the wind speed does over the next 24 hours.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Graham. We'll go now to Secretary Mayorkas, the Secretary of Homeland Security. Ali, over to you.
Thank you very much, Liz. Mr. President, Madam Vice President, if I can just pick up on the important phrase, the words matter. I want to thank you for the strength and moral clarity with which you have been speaking to bat down false information that is being spread. That false information is only hurting survivors in need of help, and it is also hurting the first responders who are so bravely risking their lives to deliver that help. to the survivors. Mr. President, Madam Vice President, we are executing on your directive to not only rely on FEMA to provide emergency relief, but to draw upon other resources throughout the Department of Homeland Security and throughout the federal government, throughout your administration. I know you will hear from the Commandant of the United States Coast Guard, Linda Fagan. The United States Coast Guard has deployed almost 1,300 personnel to Florida, not just for search and rescue, but also to ensure the safety and security of the port of Tampa, which is a critical lifeline for supplies that are needed by Florida and elsewhere. I want to also say that our U.S. Customs and Border Protection has devoted search and rescue personnel as well as other parts of our department. To give you just a quick snapshot of some of the resources that are devoted from other parts of the administration, the Department of Defense is providing search and rescue, commodity movement, commodity distribution, and security to Florida. We already have 1.5 million meals and 2.8 million liters of water ready to provide to people in need. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is providing temporary power, temporary roofing, debris removal support, and engineering expertise. The U.S. Forest Administration is also providing debris removal. This is absolutely critical so that our search and rescue personnel can reach the people in need and provide them with the humanitarian relief upon which they rely. Health and Human Services is providing hospital and health-related support. The Small Business Administration has dedicated 137 personnel to assist people who have lost or whose businesses are destroyed, to get them back up on their feet and understand what resources are available to them. We have an entire administration dedicated to this effort at your direction. And with that, I'll pause.
Hey, Mr. Secretary, do you have everything you need from all the federal departments and the agencies in support of this response? Is there anything lacking?
We certainly do have all of the resources. We are well positioned to continue to respond to Hurricane Helene, to respond to Hurricane Milton. Mr. President, we are meeting the moment and meeting the challenges because of the extraordinary people who've spoken before me.
Well, I want to thank the governors. They've stepped up. All this disinformation going out about how, we're devoting all this money to migrants, and even one congresswoman suggesting that I control the weather and implying that I'm sending it to red states. It's stuff off the wall. It's like out of a comic book. But, people, when they're in trouble, or for example, and I asked this to our administrator, they said that you get $750 and that's it. You lost everything, you get $750. That's not it. That's just give you immediately what you need to get by the next day, to get a prescription, to get a whatever. Are you getting calls already about what we're going to be able to deliver for people who get in trouble?
We are, Mr. President. Let me say that one of the false narratives is that the federal employees who are actually delivering assistance will take an individual's land. And that is causing individual survivors not to approach the people who are there to help and obtain the relief to which they are entitled and that we have available to them. And the Vice President knows very well, as a former prosecutor, that false information only is fuel for the criminal element to exploit individuals in positions of vulnerability. And Madam Vice President, your words at the outset were so very important for that reason.
Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, I want to thank you and the folks in your agency working with FEMA, NOAA, and all the federal agencies. I've been on the ground, and the work that you all have been doing to coordinate with local and state law enforcement and first responders has been outstanding. It really does show the best of the kind of work that we do in a moment of crisis to work together. So I applaud the folks that work with you and your leadership in that regard.
Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Secretary Mayorkas. We'll go now to Admiral Linda Fagan, the Commandant of the U.S. Coast Guard.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, and I want to assure you that the Coast Guard is ready to respond. We continue to monitor the storm closely and are mindful of how dangerous and devastating this storm is and the potential to the region, which is still recovering from Hurricane Helene. My senior field commanders are well integrated with both the state and local emergency responders and have stood up incident commands. We continue to surge personnel and assets from across the country into the region. And I want to highlight how we prepare for storms. And so we have people and helicopters and aircraft and boats and cutters that would have been in harm's way for the passage of this storm. And we have sorely moved those people and assets out of harm's way for the storm. They are ready and positioned to begin to move back into the region as soon as it is safe to do so. In addition to the aircraft and ships and boats, it includes shallow water boats, medical teams, pollution response teams, crisis support teams. Our top priority is saving lives and safeguarding the marine transportation system. This also includes responding to any pollution incidents. We will begin to move back into the region as soon as it is safe to do so, with our primary initial focus being life-saving work and reopening the ports to re-enable the flow of commerce. I want to focus just for a minute on the Port of Tampa, which is the largest port in Florida. And depending on the impacts of the storm, there could be some impacts to the port and commerce flow. We will conduct overflights as well as bring ships into the region to ensure that the channel and the harbor is clear and safe for commercial traffic. We will work with the Army Corps of Engineers and others to do those assessments. We'll work to reestablish the ACE navigation constellation and work with the pilotage in the area to ensure that ships are able to move safely in and out of the Port of Tampa. We'll also need to ensure that the port has electricity for handling of cargo and cargo flows. So I share this with you, Mr. President, because we are myopically focused on regaining commerce flows into the Port of Tampa once the assessments are able to be made. It does take a little bit of time, but we will move with all urgency to ensure that Tampa is reopened for commerce and commercial flows. We continue to monitor the storm closely, and a number of our briefers have spoken on the need to heed the evacuation orders. And just like to emphasize that my first responders, and as one of the critical first response agencies for a hurricane response like this, my first responders have moved out of harm's way and are not in the path of the storm. They are ready for immediate reconstitution into the area, and you will see them moving quickly. But as the storm effects come on, people really need to move into a safe position so that they do not lose their lives. Mr. President, your Coast Guard is ready to respond, and we are well positioned for that. Thank you, sir.
Admiral, one of the things that I don't know whether people have not been through any kind of hurricane in the past may not understand is that when the rainfall and the flood surge are significant, but these elevated water levels are likely to be accompanied by large and destructive waves. It's not just the water rising, there's significant waves. And what do you anticipate, if anyone else wants to respond, what do we anticipate in terms of the wave damage that's done? Not just the water rising, but these waves, large waves coming in.
Sir, I'll just touch on the impact of the water and just the flow and significance of any kind of increased water flow, storm surge, whether it's wave driven or otherwise. It creates conditions that are incredibly hazardous to life. People can't swim or save themselves, which again just emphasizes why it's so critical that people evacuate and get themselves out of harm's way. And that allows them for the assessment with regard to any property or property impacts.
I know search and rescue is obviously the #1 priority immediately after the storm, but we know that the Port of Tampa is critical for the state and the state's economy and the region as well. What can you and the Army Corps of Engineers do to get the port quickly reopened once this storm passes through?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. We're already in conversations with the Army Corps of Engineers, aligned on the need to begin those assessments as quickly as possible to determine whether there were any impacts from the storm or not, and regain and reopen the Port of Tampa. The Port of Everglades is also a critical port on the east coast of Florida. The Port of Everglades remains open for fuel tankers to ensure that commerce continues to flow into the state from other ports that are not in the direct impact of the storm. But, sir, I assure you, we in the Corps of Engineers are already in conversation with regard to what it will take to reconstitute the Port of Tampa, and we will lean into that work as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Admiral. Appreciate it.
Commandant, I echo the President's words. Thank you for what you and the men and women of the Coast Guard have been doing in response to Hurricane Helene and now this, and your emphasis on the importance of the port in Tampa is critically important to recovery. So thank you for all the work that you are doing. I know that resources are spread thin in terms of your folks being on the ground in every area right now, and you're doing an extraordinary job. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Madam Vice President.
To each of the dedicated professionals on this screen, we are truly in your debt and in debt to your teams for what they are doing right now to prepare for and respond to what is coming to Florida this evening. With that, we will conclude the public part of this briefing. And if you'll just stay on the screen for a few minutes, we can
I say one closing
have further
thing?
conversation. Of course, Mr. President.
Pass on to your folks how much we respect and understand. A lot of these folks are risking their lives.
Yes.
They're risking their lives to help other people. I mean, this is Americans helping Americans in ways that when, you know, to me, it's a measure of who we are as a nation when we see this happen. And it constantly happens. Americans stepping up to help other Americans and risking their lives. So thank all these first responders. It really matters. Really, from the bottom of our heart, thank you, thank you, thank you. Sorry. We're ready.
Please follow Chris out. Mr. President, what's your reaction to Donald Trump and the misinformation he's been spreading?
Is Governor DeSantis doing a good job, sir?
Thank you, folks.
volatile. I want to take a moment to talk about the numerous steps the Biden-Harris administration is taking to support Americans who seek to depart or relocate within Lebanon. We are working around the clock to help Americans in Lebanon by providing as many options as possible to depart and offering loans to U.S. citizens who need assistance. Since September 27th, the United States has secured more than 4,000 airplane seats for American citizens, lawful permanent residents, and their family members to depart Lebanon. We have reserved seats for Americans and their family members on daily commercial airlines that continue to fly out of Beirut, and we have organized additional flights for U.S. citizens, lawful permanent residents, and their spouses, children, and parents to depart Lebanon. As long as the Beirut airport remains open, we will continue to make more airplane seats available daily. To date, the number of seats available continues to exceed demand. The U.S. Embassy in Beirut remains open and can help Americans who need emergency passports or other documentation. We urge Americans to take advantage of these options. Ultimately, a diplomatic resolution is the only way to achieve lasting stability and security across the Israel-Lebanon border. We are in discussions for when we will be able to achieve that. Now, earlier, as many of you saw, Milton. As the president has said, we will be there for the communities devastated by the storm for as long as it takes. The president and the vice president received a briefing on the administration's life-saving preparations ahead of Hurricane Milton. The president continues to mobilize a whole of government effort to prepare for Hurricane Milton. Earlier this week, the president quickly approved the state of Florida's and the Seminole tribe of Florida's request for an emergency declaration pre-Milton landfall. He directed his team to keep working to increase the size and presence of our efforts as we prepare for Milton's landfall. The president spoke directly to Governor DeSantis, Tampa Mayor Castor, Clearwater Mayor Rector, and Pinellas County Chairwoman Peters to make sure we are meeting their needs, and gave them his personal number so they can call him directly. At the president's direction, the administration has been in touch with more than 60 local officials in cities and counties along the likely path of impact to ensure needs are met in advance of the storm. The president gathered his cabinet representing 16 agencies and departments to ensure every corner of the U.S. government is assisting with Helene recovery and preparations for Milton. And at the president's direction, FEMA Administrator Criswell will travel to Florida tonight to join the personnel on the ground and ensure every Floridian gets the help that they need. FEMA is pre-staging a full slate of response capabilities in Florida and the region, including 8 urban search and rescue teams, 3 U.S. Coast Guard swift water rescue teams, 15.6 million meals, 13.9 million liters of water already pre-positioned, an additional 20 million meals and 40 million liters of water ready to deploy as needed. More than 1,000 staff already in the region. And as the president and the vice president have said, any attempts to price gouge Americans, whether at the gas pumps, airport, or hotel counter during this storm, are unacceptable. The Justice Department, FTC, and Consumer Financial Protection Bureau put out a statement warning consumers about those looking to take advantage of natural disasters. The administration will also continue to work out and call out misinformation and conspiracy theories around the storm and federal and state responses. This is wrong, dangerous, and it must stop immediately. You heard the president speak to this just moments ago. Everyone, especially those in positions of power, must do everything they can to encourage survivors to register for assistance, not discourage them by allowing these falsehoods to fester. This storm will be catastrophic. It will be catastrophic. We urge everyone to listen to local officials, and if you are told to evacuate, do so. Please do so immediately. If you can't evacuate or need a safe place to shelter, text shelter and your zip code to 43362 to get a list of open shelters near you. With that, I will turn it over to Administrator Criswell, who is joining us virtually. Thank you so much, Administrator. I know you are incredibly busy today, but thank you for your time. And with that, I'm going to just turn it over to you.
All right, thank you very much, Corrine. So good afternoon, everybody. As you just heard from Corrine, I just had an opportunity to brief President Biden and Vice President Harris on our preparatory actions as we prepare for Hurricane Milton to make landfall in Florida. The entire federal family is leaning forward for Milton's response. And right now, I am in North Carolina, continuing to lead the response and recovery efforts for the impacts to Helene across many states. But I will be traveling this evening to Florida to be with the team that I have there on the ground, as well as with the governor and his team, to make sure that we are working side by side to meet the needs of Floridians as Hurricane Milton passes through the state. I want to deliver a very important message to information about what you need to do where you are located. This storm is going to bring deadly storm surge, intense winds, flooding, but it is already bringing tornadoes across Florida. So if you do get an emergency message on your phone right now for a tornado warning, please seek shelter immediately. My heart goes out to all of the Floridians who have been in the path of many storms. They have had impacts from Hurricane Ian, Hurricane Debbie, Hurricane Idalia, and now Hurricane Helene and Hurricane Milton. Floridians, they're no strangers to these storms. Hurricane Helene and Hurricane Milton. Floridians, they're no strangers to these storms, but this one, Hurricane Milton, is expected to be catastrophic. And I promise you that FEMA is ready. FEMA and the entire federal family will be there to provide those immediate life-saving activities and begin to stabilize the incident after the storm passes. And again, I will be there on the ground to assess the impacts and prioritize the movement of federal resources to where the state needs them most. Today, tonight, and tomorrow, these are going to be tough as we watch the impacts move across Florida. And again, we're already seeing impacts from this storm with tornadoes and high winds happening in different parts of Florida. The most important thing is your safety. And I need everyone listening to do everything you can to protect yourself and your family as Milton passes. Some of you may still be able to safely evacuate. Others, it may be too late. Again, I need you to listen to your local officials. They will know exactly what you are still able to do. And if you receive, again, a tornado warning on your phone, through a NOAA radio, or from your local officials, there are tornadoes that are happening now. You need to seek shelter immediately. I have also been in contact with Governor DeSantis, Mayor Castor, Mayor Welch, and Mayor Dyer, as well as all the tribal nations in Florida that are in the path of this storm. The President's swift approval of the pre-landfall emergency declaration for Florida, as well as the Seminole Tribe of Florida, allows us to be able to employ the resources that we have staged to immediately begin to save lives and support the response activities. In addition to the thousands of people that I already have on the ground in Florida for Hurricane Helene, as well as the previous storms from previous years, at the President's direction, I sent an additional 1,200 search and rescue personnel, 6 incident management assistance teams, multiple power assessment teams, and dozens of medical facility assessment personnel into the area pre-landfall. We've also staged over 500 ambulances, and the search and rescue teams include high water vehicles and air assets as well as boats to support those life-saving activities in the first hours after the storm passes. As you heard Corrine say, we've also pushed millions of meals and liters of water into Florida to support those immediate needs. And let me be clear, the movement of these resources and these commodities are not taking away from our ongoing response and recovery efforts in North Carolina and the other states that were impacted by Hurricane Helene. We are built for this. We have managed multiple simultaneous catastrophic incidents before, and we are prepared to do this again. And I want the people to hear it from me. FEMA is ready. Our agency is postured to respond to this storm and maintain our current response and recovery efforts for Hurricane Helene impacted states. And we will be providing, and I will be providing regular updates to President Biden and Vice President Harris as this storm passes, so we can make sure that we are getting all of the federal resources that are needed to support their response. And they have directed me, as they always do, to make sure that Floridians continue to get everything they need. I want to be clear. We at FEMA stand ready to both continue our support to Hurricane Helene and respond to the impacts from Hurricane Milton. This is what we do best. We manage complex incidents. We coordinate, we communicate, and we respond. And again, I'll be traveling to Florida later today so I can join my team as well as our state partners that are in the field preparing for the impacts from Hurricane Helene. My leadership team, they are the best of the best. They are trained to work across multiple states and support the impacts that states are going to be feeling. And I want everybody to know that we are prepared for what we need to do to support Florida as well as all of the other states. Before I take questions, I just want to emphasize once again, because this is extremely important, people need to listen to their local officials. They need to take this storm seriously. It's going to hit the west coast of Florida as a major hurricane, and it will still be a hurricane as it departs on the eastern coast of Florida. There will be flooding, there will be tornadoes, storm surge. Take the actions you need to protect yourself and your family. We do not need to lose any lives as a result of this storm. We have the time to prepare. Make sure that you're taking those actions now. And with that, Corrine, I'll take any questions.
Thank you so much, Administrator. I just want to remind folks that she can only hear us, can't see us. So I'm going to start calling on folks right now. Go ahead, Omar.
Thank you. I appreciate you making this time. Do you have an estimate of the universe of how many people are not heeding the evacuation orders and remain at risk?
I do not have an estimate, but what I can tell you is that I was in Florida on Monday. I met with the mayor of Tampa and the mayor of St. Petersburg, and I saw people leaving the area. People are listening. They are leaving. But we know there's always a few that want to stay behind and protect their home. This storm is different. This storm is going to bring deadly storm surge. And so I want people who still have time to evacuate to make sure that they're doing so, but doing so safely, under the guidance and the advice of their local officials.
Go ahead, MJ.
Thank you, Administrator. This is MJ Lee with CNN. The White House has been talking a lot about the threat of misinformation, disinformation as it relates to storm recovery efforts. Can you talk to us about whether there's one piece of incorrect information that you think, in your view, has been most damaging, that you think would be most important to clarify?
Well, honestly, I think all of it is damaging to our ability to be able to reach people. It's intentional to create distrust, and that level of distrust is, as the President said earlier today, un-American. And what we need to do is make sure people can get the assistance that they need and they deserve. And so I want people to be able to come to us, register for assistance, so we can help them on their road to recovery.
Go ahead, Nandita.
Thank you, Helene. Administrator, you have said that FEMA has enough money to get through both hurricanes, Helene and Milton, but that you're assessing how much more you need from Congress. Is there an assessment that you can share with us?
We're continuing to make that assessment, as we do not know what it's going to cost us right now to get through Hurricane Milton. I think, as I briefed all of you before, we went into immediate needs funding in August of this year. That allowed me to make sure I had enough money for this response, and I needed that for Hurricane Helene. Without going into INF, I probably would not have had enough money to support Hurricane Helene. With the full authority to spend against the President's fiscal year 25 budget, I've been able to start paying the recovery projects that we put on hold. But the amount that we're spending for Hurricane Helene and the amount that we anticipate we're going to spend for Hurricane Milton, we are watching that very closely and assessing it every day so we can have a good estimate of how much more that we will need to be asking for in a supplemental.
Get Selena.
Thank you, Corinne. Thank you, Administrator Criswell. Selena Wayne with ABC News. Could you give any specific examples about the real-world impact that this misinformation is having, both in terms of, are you seeing people who aren't taking precautions because they don't trust the government or FEMA or NOAA, and then in terms of the threat to FEMA workers, have you seen examples of threats against them on the ground?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is that what I am hearing is people that are not coming to us and asking us for assistance. They're not registering for the help that they need, or they are afraid to approach some of our staff because they are unsure of what the government is doing. I think one of the biggest ones that I continue to hear is that we're going to take their land from them. Simply untrue. When you register for assistance, we give you an initial amount of money, $750, to help support those immediate needs. And there were rumors out there that if you received this money and you didn't pay it back, that we would take your home. Simply untrue. This is a series of assistance that we give over time, those immediate needs. We've already given out over $60 million in North Carolina alone for people's property losses, as well as this immediate assistance. We will continue to give that money out. And as it relates to my staff, I mean, it's just demoralizing. I think that if they take it personally, they have left their families and their homes to come here and support people in need, but they're focused. They continue to stay focused on why they're here. They know their purpose, and that is to help people, and we'll continue to do that.
Okay. Go ahead, Gabe.
Thank you, Administrator. You said before that you have dealt with misinformation in the past. Why do you think that misinformation is so rampant this time around? Is it because of the election? Is it because of certain politicians? Is it because of tech platforms? Or is it because of potentially a foreign actor?
Yeah, I mean, I have definitely seen misinformation before. We have had misinformation for a long time, but we have seen it increase recently. We saw a significant increase in the response in Maui, and even more, the greatest amount that I've seen in this response to Hurricane Helene. I don't want to speculate as to why we're seeing this increase. It's just damaging, and it just makes it harder for us to do our job, and it's a distraction for the people that are out there doing really hard work to help the people get the assistance that they need and deserve.
Ken?
Could you just describe the storm is going to be making landfall late at night on the West Coast. To what extent does that add to the complications or the dangers for residents? And just how unique is it, the fact that it will be a hurricane when it hits the West Coast, but also a hurricane when it exits the East Coast of Florida?
I think anytime we see a storm hit during the evening, it just complicates things, right? Because we know that we will have power outages as a result of this. It will be dark. People will have to try to protect themselves without the same level of light that they're used to. It just creates a whole other level of complication. But as we heard from Director Brennan earlier today, it is very rare for a storm to be a hurricane when it makes landfall and as it exits the state. It's going to move quickly, according to him, through the state, but that means it's going to create these catastrophic impacts across the state. We're going to see the most significant storm surge on the west coast, but we know from Hurricane Ian how much inland flooding and flash flooding that happened on the east coast in the Orlando area. And so we're concerned about that, and that's why I talked to the mayor of Orlando earlier today to make sure he knew that even though the west coast was getting a lot of focus on this, that the east coast is going to have significant threats as well. And that's why I've also got incident management teams right there in the Orlando area to help work side by side with the local officials so we can get those resources in as quickly as possible when this storm is making landfall and moving across the state.
And I know, Administrator, you have to head out. Akela, you have the last question.
Hi, Administrator. I'm just wondering if the administration is confident that the election will still be able to be conducted by November, that power outages, that roads will be safe to drive on so voters can cast their ballot.
So, you know, the election piece is with the states, and we have resources that we can help them with to ensure we meet whatever needs that they have, and we'll continue to work with them if they have any specific requirements.
Thank you so much, Administrator. Safe travels. I know you've been in North Carolina for some time helping on the ground there. We really appreciate everything that you're doing, and safe travels to Florida tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay, Amr?
Great. On the Netanyahu call earlier today, was the president told by Prime Minister Netanyahu how he intends to respond to Iran after the October 1 attack? And then secondly, the Prime Minister's office and President Trump have confirmed they spoke last week. Was the White House informed of that call ahead of time, and do you know the contents of that call? And just generally, are you comfortable with that type of conversation happening?
So look, a couple of things. You just asked me a slew of things there. I do want to say, I know there's the rabbi call that the president's going to be doing momentarily. We'll let you know when that happens. I think we're running a little bit behind, and I know that there's going to be an opportunity for all of you all to tune in. Let me just give you a couple of just top lines on the call. It lasted about 30 minutes. It was 30 minutes long. It was direct. It was productive, obviously the call that the president had with the Prime Minister of Israel. They discussed a range of issues, and we are going to have a readout shortly that you all will have to get a better sense of what was discussed on the call, so I'm not going to get ahead of that. I know the team is working through that at this time. So as you all know, the U.S. and the Israeli government have had discussion since last week, certainly since after the Iran attack. And so those discussions continued with the president and the prime minister. Certainly not going to get into those discussions. There's going to be a readout. Don't have anything else beyond that to share, but I can say that they did have a discussion about that. And it is a continued discussion. It started off with obviously staff level discussion last week, and obviously the two leaders had an opportunity to talk directly. Like I said, it was productive, it was direct, it lasted about 30 minutes. And this is on top of more than a dozen calls that the president and the prime minister have had since October 7th of last year. As it relates to one of your questions there about the book. Look, as you know, there are...
About the Trump conversation last week.
Did
I ask about the book as well? But
we can come back to the book.
We can come back. There's plenty of questions. I'd like to answer that as well. But particularly about Trump's conversation, I think that's more pertinent to today's
We'll
call.
say more about the Trump conversation?
So Trump spoke with Netanyahu last week.
I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, okay.
You guys aware of it?
Look, I don't. That's something for obviously the Trump team to speak to. I can't speak to that about their conversation. I just don't have anything to add.
I guess it's more relevant. Are we having like two different, a former administration and the current administration doing foreign policy at the same time?
As you know, there's one president at a time. That has been the way that we've done this, right, in this country, and so that is what exists. The current president, the President Biden, had a conversation with the Prime Minister. They've had, as I mentioned, more than a dozen conversations since the past year, since October 7th of 2023. And I think what you have seen from this administration is the continued support for Israel's security. You saw that over the past couple of days, obviously since past couple of weeks, when Iran attacked Israel, the president directed his military to protect Israel. He was very proud to be able to do that, and that support continues. They had as I said, a direct, a productive conversation, as they've had for many times. This is, when you think about the president and the prime minister, they've known each other for decades. And so that's what I can speak to. I'm not going to get into the former president and his conversation with world leaders.
If I can just ask one about the book.
Yep.
Russia said today that the COVID testing material that was given to Putin by Trump was nothing abnormal. Back then, there was a lot of trading going on of material. Is that true? And then if it is true, why was the president going after Trump yesterday at the KC fundraiser over giving Putin this material?
I mean, look, that was a political event, so I'm going to let the president speak to what he said at that event. I'm not going to go beyond that. What I will say is, as it relates to what happened in the last administration, how then the president behaved and what he was able to do, whatever's being reported, I'm going to leave it to the 2020, that time in 2020, to that administration. Look, what I can say, and we can say very proudly and forcefully, I believe, is how this president responded to a once-in-a-century pandemic. He put forth a comprehensive strategy to move forward, to get shots in arms, money in pockets at a time where the economy was at a tailspin. And this is a president that took that very, very seriously, along with a critical partnership that he had with the vice president. And that's why we've seen the economy turn around. That's why we all sitting here today without masks on, because the president actually took this seriously and made sure that we were able to get out of the pandemic. That's what I'm going to speak to. The president said what he wanted to say yesterday, and I'll leave it as that.
But I guess, is it just adding to misinformation then? Because that was the last president at that time was doing what it sounds like he thought was the right thing. Everybody needed material at that time.
I'm going to let the former president speak for himself and how he behaved and the actions that he took. That is for him to speak to. What I can speak to is what the president has done over the last 3.5 years. And look, when we came into this administration, we did not have a comprehensive strategy to deal with COVID. That did not happen. I mean, you had a former president who was telling people to inject bleach. And you have this president and this vice president who took it very seriously and put forth a comprehensive strategy to deal with a once-in-a-century pandemic. And the economy is now, just looking at the data, the economy has turned around. We are leading with the economy worldly, globally. And, we are in a different place. And that is because of the leadership of this president. We all saw, some of you were in this room when the former president would come to the podium to talk about the pandemic and the lies that was spewing and what was happening. And this president took it seriously. That's what I can say. Go ahead, Gabe.
Thanks, Doreen. Regarding the Woodward book and Prime Minister Netanyahu, you said that, and you have referenced the dozen calls the president has had with the Prime Minister since the start of the war. As it was brought up last time, he hadn't had one before before August 21st. In the book, Woodward reports that the president used an expletive when referring to Netanyahu and calling him a bad guy and other disparaging remarks. What's the White House response to that?
So I'll say first that, look, there's going to be many books that are written about this administration, and many administration, it's a typical thing to occur. Nothing atypical about that. I'm not going to weigh in on particulars in each one of those books. What I can say to that question that you asked me, I cannot confirm. That is not something that I can confirm from here.
But does it speak to the relationship of President Biden and
And this is what I've said moments ago, Gabe, which is this president and the prime minister have known each other for decades. And their conversations, their relationship have always been honest and direct. And this 30-minute conversation that they had today was also direct and very productive. And, you have heard the president say he doesn't agree with everything, and they have disagreements. But because they have had this decades-long relationship, they're able to be honest with each other. I think what matters here is that this administration, this president's commitment to Israel's security is ironclad, and that will be certainly continue to be the case.
And quickly on another topic, on the reporting in that book that that former President Trump spoke with Vladimir Putin at least 7 times since leaving office. Is that appropriate?
So look, we're not aware of those calls. I certainly can't confirm any of those calls from here. But if it is indeed true, are we concerned? Do we have serious concerns? Yes. If it is true. Again, I cannot confirm any of those calls. Let's not forget, it is concerning, especially when we know the former president was lobbying against more aid for Ukraine to defend themselves against Russia's aggression. So if true, it is concerning, but again, I want to be really clear, I cannot confirm any of these calls.
But how is it possible that the intelligence community wouldn't know that a former president spoke with Putin?
I hear you, I just cannot confirm those calls happened.
The president has not been briefed on this?
I cannot confirm any of these calls were true. Okay.
Thanks, Corinne. Given that the president canceled his foreign trip, he would have left, I think, tomorrow morning for Germany and Angola. Can you give us just a sense of what the next few days will look like as he is monitoring Milton?
Yeah.
Will he be here the whole time probably? Is it possible he'll go to Delaware over the weekend? Are you guys talking about a possible trip to Florida at some point already?
So as you saw this morning, the president's going to continue to get hurricane briefings, not just on Milton and how we're preparing and what's happening. Obviously, we're all certainly very much focused. He's going to be laser focused on that, as well as the vice president. And so he'll continue to be updated, continue to get those briefings. I don't have any travel to read out to you at this time, whether it is to the impacted areas or outside of that. What I can say is the president is going to continue to be laser focused on the storms and what's happening, the preparations, how we are still certainly responding to the immediate needs of folks who have been impacted by Hurricane Helene as well. That is also very much in front of us and what we're trying to do and get done there. But that's going to be his focus. You'll continue to hear more from the president. I can guarantee you that over the next couple of days. But what we want to share very, very clearly with Floridians out there, it is important to evacuate. It's important to take this storm very, very seriously. It will be catastrophic. You heard from the FEMA administrator. She is headed down to Florida to be there with her team to assist on the ground as we are pre-positioning and preparing for the storm.
And just back to the phone call with Prime Minister Netanyahu. Did the president at any point in this phone call, you said that it was constructive, urge the prime minister to not take certain actions as they relate to either the situation in Lebanon or potential retaliatory strikes against Iran?
So look, I'm going to say what I said moments ago. This was a continued discussion on the leaders level. As you know, the staff level has been talking since last week, and it is certainly to continue to speak to the response on Iran's attack and a long list of other conversations and issues that they wanted to discuss between the two leaders. I don't have anything else to speak to or to say. There's going to be a readout shortly that will have a little bit more detail of that conversation. I'm just not going to get into specifics from here.
Would it be safe to say that the president now has a clear understanding of and a clear picture of what Israel's plans are for retaliating against
What I can
Iran?
tell you is they had a discussion. They continued their discussion on a response to Iran's attack. A discussion last week, a discussion that certainly started at the staff level, and now the two leaders were able to have a productive, a straightforward, honest conversation, as they tend to do. I don't have anything beyond that.
Thanks, Corinne. So Vice President Harris was also on that call between President Biden and Netanyahu. Can you just explain the role she played in that call? Did she just listen in? Did she weigh in on the issues as well?
I would refer you to her team to speak to that.
Just going back to the contents of the call, I know there's a readout coming out soon, but can you just describe the tone of that call in terms of was the president continuing to push back on issues that were being presented to him from Netanyahu?
It was direct and it was productive. That's what I'll share.
And can we say at this point if Israel has made a decision on how they want to respond?
They continue to have a discussion on Israel's response to the attack, to Iran's attack last week. I'm not going to go into specifics or details. There's going to be a readout shortly. Okay, Michael.
Thanks, Corinne. Going back to your warnings against price gouging during the hurricanes, I'm just wondering, does the administration have any reports that that's actually happening, or was this just intended to be a preemptory strike to keep it from happening?
Well, I think certainly a preemptive attempt to keep it from happening. We're keeping a close eye on prices at the pump, at the airport, obviously, and also these hotel counters to just make sure that it doesn't happen. We tend to see this type of behavior during this time, and we want to be very, very clear. It is not okay. It is not. There's no time to do that. But certainly, when people are evacuating, when people are fearful about what's to come, especially with a historic hurricane like Hurricane Milton, we want to make sure that this is not happening. And that's why the Department of Transportation is on top of it. You have DOJ, FTC, Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and so they're going to certainly take actions here. And to protect consumers, and that is what we want to make sure that we're doing. We're protecting consumers, we're protecting Americans, and so that's our focus. Okay.
Thanks, Corinne. Going back to the reporting in the Woodward book, if former President Trump has been speaking to President Putin, he's also had calls and meetings with other foreign leaders, both since he left office and since he announced his latest campaign for the presidency. Is the administration at all concerned that he appears to be running a shadow foreign policy while campaigning for president against the incumbent administration?
And so look, I'm going to give you the same answer that I give to Amr here, which is, as we know, it's one president at a time. That is how we do our business here in this country, as you know very, very clearly. Look, and I said, if there was we cannot confirm this, if there was a call with President Putin, if that is indeed true, yeah, there are concerns, especially when you had the former president lobbying against Ukraine aid. Yeah, but I cannot confirm that. I cannot confirm those calls.
What about his meetings with foreign leaders such as Viktor Orban, who has opposed aid to Ukraine as well?
Look, I'm going to let the former president speak to his calls with world leaders. I'm not going to dive into that, but what I will say is that this president is focused at what's at hand, right? He had a conversation with the prime minister, 30 minutes, as I stated, half an hour. It was direct. It was very much honest. It was to show that, we're going to continue to have those discussions with Israel on how they're going to respond after Iran's attack last week. You saw what this administration, what this president directed his military to do, and our commitment to Israel's security continues to be ironclad. That is what I can speak to, and that is what we're focused on. And as you know, we have a hurricane, Milton, that's coming, and you heard from the president. So he has a lot to focus on, and as a leader, that's what he's going to do.
One more on the same topic.
Sure.
Traditionally, when former presidents do interface with foreign leaders, there is a process by which they can liaise with the incumbent administration to be possibly briefed on any policy concerns and possibly provide a readout of those conversations afterwards. Has former President Trump availed himself of any resources that might be available to him?
I don't have anything to speak to on that particular question, but I understand your question. I just don't have anything for you at this time. Okay.
Thanks, Karine. One more try on the BB call. Sorry.
Sure.
Did the president during this conversation address the latest comments Prime Minister Netanyahu made, saying that Lebanon could experience the same level of destruction as Gaza if they don't free themselves from Hezbollah?
So look, as I stated, they had a productive and honest conversation, but what I will say very clearly about that particular question is we cannot and will not see Lebanon turn into Gaza, into another Gaza. That is not what we want to see. The suffering in both Gaza and Lebanon adds even greater urgency, as you've heard from us, to our efforts certainly to end the conflicts and lay a foundation for lasting peace and security in the region. For over a year, if you think about what has occurred for over a year, you've seen Hezbollah has attacked Israel and rejected all off-ramps to this conflict. That's what you've seen. The suffering we are seeing in Lebanon could have been avoided if Hezbollah would have stopped its rockets attacks on Israel. So, look, I'm going to just reiterate what our position is when it comes to Lebanon. We are working our way back towards a ceasefire process that's going to create a space to negotiate a diplomatic resolution that only ends the fighting. That's what we're going to continue to do, and allow civilians from both sides of the blue line to return home. And we want to see that be done safely and certainly with security as well. And so that's what our focus is going to be on. Okay.
Thank you, Corinne.
I keep trying to call her. Let her go. Go ahead.
Thank you. So more on the Middle East.
Yeah.
At this point, does the White House understand that Israel is planning to attack energy facilities in Iran?
So we've spoken to that, and look, I'm not going to get into hypotheticals. I'm not going to get into that from here. That has been asked of the president. That has been asked of us last week. What I can say is that we've had discussions, we're continuing discussions with Israel on their response to Iran's attack last week. I'm not going to dive into it. I'm not going to get into it from here. And so you saw that happening on the staff level, and now what you saw today was that happening on the leaders level. I'm not going to get into hypotheticals or speculations from here.
How would you describe right now the relationship between the president and Netanyahu?
I mean, look, they've known each other for decades. They've known each other for decades. And because of that, they're able to have that frank conversation. Because of that, the president's able to be honest, and they're both able to be honest to each other. And I think what I can report to you, and I've said this multiple times already, the conversation that they had today was productive. And it was direct, very much in line with many other conversations that they have had, not just in the past year, but over decades. And I think you've heard the president speak directly about his relationship with the prime minister. And so they've known each other for a long time. They've had a decades-long friendship, and I think that says it all for me. Go ahead, Mandy.
Thank you. I will say in the Middle East, you said that the administration will continue evacuating U.S. citizens from Lebanon as long as the airport is open. Do you have any guarantee that Israel is not bombing the airport?
Say that one more time. The last part, I didn't hear that.
Does the White House have any guarantee that Israel will not bomb Beirut airport?
So look, we're going to have very direct conversations with the government of Israel. About the shape and the nature as we speak about Lebanon specifically, right? And the ultimate scope of their campaign. And those conversations are going to continue. And I'm not going to get into specific conversations that we're having, but it will continue to be very direct. And that's what you've seen over the past year, and that's what's going to continue.
You also said that you're working towards a ceasefire and a diplomatic solution as the best outcome to the crisis. So how exactly will this materialize, considering that Israel has rejected a ceasefire, a diplomatic solution, and Hezbollah leaders have been killed one after the other? So who are you talking to when you talk about ceasefire?
Look, we want to see, as the president has said, we want to reach a ceasefire deal. That's what we want to see. And again, to provide space for that diplomatic resolution, those diplomatic conversations, and we want to see civilians on both sides to return back home. And on both sides of the border, obviously. And so those discussions continue. We have been very clear that those conversations have been continuing for some time now. And ultimately, we need a diplomatic resolution. We understand that. We have to have a diplomatic resolution, and that's the only way to achieve that long-lasting stability, right? When you think about security across the Israel and Lebanon border. And so that's what we want to see. it doesn't stop us from having those conversations, to having those discussions. Today, you heard from me, you heard from us that the two leaders spoke about an array of issues. They continued that discussion about how Israel's going to respond to Iran's attack from last week, and a bunch of other things that are incredibly important to both leaders. We'll have a readout shortly that we'll share a little bit more.
And one last question. In 2 weeks, there is already 8 hospitals in Lebanon are out of service. There is thousands of people being killed. There is 1 million forced to flee their homes, and the Israelis has called in for more troops. So how can this not be a scenario in Gaza that we have seen it unfolding? And second isn't that a mission creep? How do you agree with the Israelis on the outcome of the war if Netanyahu said we're going to continue regardless of what the White House more or less is saying, as long as we are not achieving our aims in the
Look, I'm going to say what I said moments ago. We do not want to see Gaza, what happened in Gaza happen in Lebanon. That's what I said, and that is something that we do not want to see. And as we've said, Israel does have the right to defend itself. To go after their security threats that they see. But one civilian casualty is too many, and we've been very clear about that. Israel must take every feasible precaution to prevent civilian harm. And those are the discussions that we're going to continue to have. Look, you heard from us, we announced some humanitarian assistance for Lebanon, for the challenges that they're dealing with. $157 million, we announced that last week to deal with those humanitarian challenges. And so we're aware of what's going on, and we've been very clear. We've been very clear on this. Okay, Jared.
Just two kind of clarifying questions, at least clarifying for me. They may be clear for others. But have you, in the talks that the president has had with the Israeli prime minister, sort of beyond just kind of the details or the readout, is there now an expectation that Israel would inform the administration in advance of action it's planning to take against Iran?
What I can tell you that the discussions continue on how Israel's going to respond to that attack, to the attack from Iran last week. Those discussions continue. I'm not going to get into details from here.
And then just quickly on the Lebanon, you talked about kind of the efforts being made to help Americans get out.
Yeah, Americans who are in Lebanon.
Are those all commercial flights at this point, or are you talking about like some military charters or diplomatic charters as well?
Yeah, so what I spoke to was commercial flights, and what we're trying to do, get some seats on, certainly on these flights. I would refer you to the State Department. They did a very good laydown of this as well, and they're certainly helping to lead that effort, so I would refer you to the State Department on any specifics. Go ahead, Phil.
Thank you, Corinne. You're pretty consistent. You don't often speculate about hypotheticals, but today on more than one occasion, you've said that if it's true that former President Trump spoke with Vladimir Putin, then that's concerning.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, why is this administration willing to speculate about that in particular?
I said if it's true.
Speculation.
It's speculation, but if it's true, because I knew, right? We all knew that you all will have questions about for us about the national security concerns, about our thoughts about this, and so if it is indeed true, right? We're talking about President Putin here. We see what's happening in Ukraine, Russia's aggression in Ukraine. That's about democracy. That's about Ukrainians fighting for their freedom. And we've heard the former president say and lobby against the funding for Ukraine. So yeah, if it is true, it is indeed concerning, because we're talking about our national security here. So we want it to be very, very clear. And so I'll leave it there.
And then a second question.
Sure.
Does President Biden regret making Merrick Garland his Attorney General, as Mr. Woodward has reported?
Look, the reason I'm able to speculate, because that's a national security concern, I wanted to be very clear about that. But as I've stated many times before, there's going to be many books written about an administration. It's very much typical And I'm just not going to comment on every specifics, every matter that comes up or any particulars that come up.
And then a national security question.
Yeah.
Mr. Woodward also reports that according to intelligence reports, White House officials here believed that there was as much of a 50% chance that Russia would use a tactical nuclear weapon in Ukraine. I mean, is that 50% odds number? Is that accurate? And if so, would this administration, let the American public know that that kind of risk is real?
Again, I'm not going to speak to everything that is in a book, every particular. There's going to be many books written, and we understand that. It's not atypical, but I won't respond to every piece in a book. All right, guys, got to go. Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow.
morning. Try. Which dude are you with? 18, close to you. Okay. Yeah, we live here in Tampa, in South Tampa. We couldn't find a place. We found this and we're like, okay, it's brand new construction, we shouldn't get it. And then we felt really good about our choice once we got here, and all you guys are here. We're like, well, maybe let's put these guys up in a place that, is gonna make a... You never know. Where are you originally from? San Francisco. Long way to go. Stay safe tonight.
this out here.
It fucking sucks, man.
Yeah. I think it says coming in early. It was originally supposed to be like after midnight, now it's like 9.
Where's the rest of the cats?
Huh?
Where's the rest of the cats? Down the road?
Yeah, I don't. They probably at parking garages. That's where I was earlier, but they wanted me to go back to the hotel. There's a couple good parking garages here downtown. We can get like a view right there. I'm on the riverfront. We didn't get views of the bay.
Give it about 3 hours and then it's going to really start.
Oh, I won't be right there.
Cheers, man.
And you hear us both channels on each? Yeah. You hear us? All right, good. All right. So then I guess we're okay.
Okay. No, all good.
Okay, we're good.
We're good? Yep. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a step.
Let's not step on
stuff though. Are we leaving?
I'm not good yet.
No, we're staying.
We're staying. Okay. All right.
I'm not good on audio yet.
Is this happening really soon?
I can't say I'm good.
Yeah.
Audio
can't either.
I cannot say I'm good.
So he's saying.
He's calling me down. They're just seeing his picture.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I got you.
Oh,
Are you running a line here? I don't have a line.
What are you?
Right.
I'm in this mulch. Should I move mulch?
Yeah, but it's, Ken, it keeps.
No, direct line.
I don't have a direct line.
Luis, Demetrius, follow through on the direct line so we can get it.
Is this my direct line?
Yeah.
Let your foot here.
No,
I'm so
it's
sorry.
the other direct line.
You good?
Yes.
Line level.
Melissa, you good?
Audio check, audio check, audio check, audio check. 1, 2, 3.
That's good.
What about the other people on the wall? You have about 30 seconds. Audio check, audio check, audio check. Audio check.
You good? I'm good.
Can you give me a feed? Can you give me a feed?
Yeah. Break out your feed.
I can.
We have one more person's audio.
Let's. Can he feed him?
Can you feed him?
Here. There's a split 6 over here if anybody needs it.
We need to bypass that.
But the 6?
Yeah. We need to feed the direct. What about you? Clean, no level.
That's Mike.
That's Mike level, not me.
You're good over here, right?
I'm good. I'm not hearing anything coming out of it now.
Audio check, audio check, audio check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Is that what you mean?
Audio check, 1, 2. Audio check, 1, 2.
Not now. Please. Okay.
You got it?
Not ready. Okay. That'll have to work.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
All right.
Matt, I'm all the way.
You're good.
Yeah.
With the
Okay.
feed.
Here, you may swap.
Good
Audio
enough.
is good.
All right, audio check.
Don't make another adjustment or anything. No, you're good.
Poll and other audio happy. Need to get down. Thank you.
The head-on's good at least.
Okay, let's just go with that.
Okay. Son, did you take it here? Hey.
We good?
If you want to just plug in yours.
What is that?
This is just an extra cable. When I plug into the wall. If, like, for whatever reason, I just found it, I can try them all.
Just to back up one.
Everyone's photos off.
Can you hear my audio, by the way? Can you hear my audio?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Is it on? Well, let me see. Is it on? Make sure it's going direct to the camera. Yep, you're good.
Okay, great.
I just did for you.
In a few hours, Hurricane Milton is expected to make landfall on the west coast of Florida, the western coast of Florida. Already we're seeing impacts from the storm, including significant winds and heavy rain. And there's also been frequent and widespread tornado warnings throughout the day. And they're continuing and expected to expand as Milton moves over land, including a few that have already touched down in South Florida. Currently, Milton is a Category 3 with wind speeds up to 120 miles per hour. But no one should be confused. It's still expected to be one of the most and worst destructive hurricanes to hit Florida in over a century. You know, both the heads of the National Hurricane Center and the National Weather Service made it very clear in conversations I've had with them earlier today. Milton still carries incredible destructiveness, can wipe out communities, can cause loss of life. Storm surge is still expected to be up to 13 feet. So I urge everyone in Hurricane Milton's path to listen to local officials and follow all the safety instructions they give. At this point, evacuation is probably difficult. So I encourage people to look for safer shelter. Sometimes moving just a few miles can mean the difference between life and death. We've already approved emergency declarations for Florida. We have thousands of federal personnel on the ground, and we've staged and are ready to go. We have 20 million meals, 40 million liters of water. At my direction, the Secretary of Defense, Austin, has pre-positioned search and rescue teams, helicopters, and high water speed vehicles as close to the storm as possible, so they're ready to conduct life-saving missions. And the administrator of FEMA will be on site tonight in Florida, and the state's emergency operations. Both Administrator Criswell and I will be in constant contact with state and local officials in the hours ahead. Once the storm hits, we're going to work with state officials to clear debris, restore power, and do it as fast as possible. The Army Corps of Engineers will pump out water and decrease flooding. We've already directed the Department of Defense to be ready to provide active duty service members support Florida after the storm surge if Governor DeSantis requests the help. 1,000 U.S. Coast Guard personnel to perform search and rescue missions and reopen the port of Tampa as soon as possible. Now, I want to reiterate a point I made clear earlier today to the folks who have been impacted by Helene. This impact and will be now impacted by Milton. Over the last few weeks, there's been a reckless and irresponsible and relentless promotion of disinformation and outright lies about what's going on. It's undermining confidence in the people of Florida and incredible rescue and recovery work that has been undertaken. Literally, there are thousands of fellow Americans who are putting their lives at stake and putting on the line to do the dangerous work that needs to be done now. And it's harmful to those who most need the help. Quite frankly, these lies are un-American. And there is simply no place for them. Not now, not ever. Former President Trump has led this onslaught of lies. Assertions have been made that property is being confiscated. It's simply not true. They're saying people impacted by these storms will receive $750 in cash and no more. That is simply not true either. They're saying that money needed for these crises are being diverted to migrants. What the heck are they talking about? Stop it. It's outrageous. It's just not true. Now the claims are getting even more bizarre. Marjorie Taylor Greene, the congresswoman from Georgia, is now saying the federal government is literally controlling the weather. We're controlling the weather. It's beyond ridiculous. It's so stupid. It's got to stop. Let me close with this. As difficult as these days and weeks have been, we've seen incredible courage by so many of our fellow Americans. I want to thank all the first responders for running toward danger instead of away from it, for saving lives and making a difference. FEMA personnel risking their lives, climbing on hillsides to reach people cut off by Helene. Army National Guard flying through the gale wind force that it's amazing what they're doing. Any survivors under the debris, risking their lives. Coast Guard teams rappelling from helicopters to rescue people and risking their own lives. There are countless friends and neighbors who have sacrificed for the greater good. Volunteers leaving their own families behind to help search for someone else's family. Fellow Americans looking out for one another. That's America at its very best. That's who we are. So my final message tonight is to the people of Florida and all the impacted states. We've got your back. We've got your back. And Kamala and I will be there for as long as it takes to rescue, recover, and rebuild. May God bless you all, and may God protect those serving in the eye of this storm on behalf of our nation. Thank you.
Why do you think Trump is spreading misinformation? Why do you think Trump is spreading misinformation?
To President Putin during the height of the pandemic. Do you have a comment, sir?
Why do you think Trump is?
Un-American.
Why do you think Trump is spreading misinformation?
I don't know. I simply don't know. You can speculate, but I just find it. I've used the phrase more than I've used it ever in my whole career. Un-American. It's un-American. It's not who the hell we are. What are they talking about?
Sir, have you considered calling him and asking him to stop doing that? To stop spreading this?
Mr. President, does Governor DeSantis need to take Vice President Harris's calls?
All I can tell you is I'm talking to Governor DeSantis. He's been very gracious. He's thanked me for all we've done. He knows what we're doing, and I think that's important.
Can you say that Florida has everything it needs for the storm? How was your call with Netanyahu today?
We didn't talk about the storm.
Thank you.
rapidly approaching the coastline of the west central Florida peninsula. You can see from the radar here a tremendous amount of rain spreading across the central and northern portions of Florida. Heavy rainfall, flash flooding. We've had multiple tornado warnings across central and south Florida today, and that danger will continue into tonight. So we're going to break down the hazards one by one. First, we're going to focus on the life-threatening storm surge that is about to play out along the Florida west coast. Particularly concerned about this area from Anclote River through Tampa Bay, down through Sarasota to Port Charlotte to Fort Myers. Everywhere you see in the orange here has the potential for at least 5 to 6 feet of inundation above ground level, 8 to 12 feet in the Fort Myers, Charlotte Harbor area, 9 to 13 feet along portions of the coast of Manatee and Sarasota and Charlotte counties from Anna Maria Island to Boca Grande. The potential for 6 to 9 feet of inundation farther north up into the Tampa Bay region. This is life-threatening inundation. That water is going to violently be pushed onto dry land by the winds associated with Milton as it makes landfall this evening, especially near and just to the right of where the center crosses the coast. So hopefully everybody in those storm surge evacuation zones is now out of harm's way. Water is now starting to rise. Winds are picking up. Rainfall is occurring, and your evacuation routes may be cut off. So please get to a safe place if you have not done so already. I do want to mention that also along the east coast of the Florida Peninsula and southeastern Georgia from Sebastian Inlet northward, the potential for 3 to 5 feet of inundation as strong winds on the backside of Milton push water from the Atlantic onto the land here on the east coast of Florida. So dangerous surge expected there, especially as we get into the overnight and early morning hours on Thursday. Let's now talk about the wind. Again, we've seen this wind field of Milton grow as expected as the peak winds have come down a little bit. You can see the extent of the tropical storm force winds is quite large. We've seen the hurricane force wind field expand. The eye is growing in size here in the final hours before landfall. And we are expecting landfall as a major hurricane along the west coast of Florida in the next few hours. And the Milton expected to remain a hurricane as it moves across the Florida Peninsula and then emerges out into the Atlantic tomorrow. Again, hurricane warnings in effect for much of the state of Florida, from Bonita Beach northward to Suwannee River on the west coast, including Tampa Bay, Port Charlotte, Fort Myers, and from the Martin-St. Lucie County line northward to Ponte Vedra Beach on the east coast and everywhere in between, including places like Orlando, Melbourne, Ocala, St. Augustine. Much of the central portion of the peninsula, the I-4 corridor, is at risk from devastating hurricane force winds, especially in gusts over the inland areas that can cause structural damage, tree damage, widespread power outages, and a very dangerous environment and very dangerous situation is going to play out from west to east across the Florida Peninsula as we go from tonight into Thursday. So please be sheltered in a safe place out of flood-prone areas, and be sheltered in place away from windows and doors, away from any trees that could fall on you. Most fatalities due to wind occur due to trees falling on people, cars, or people in homes. Let's move on now to the rainfall threat, which is also substantial and also unfortunately focused in the same I-4 corridor from Tampa to Orlando to Daytona Beach. We're expecting widespread rainfall totals of 6 to 12 inches, isolated totals as high as 18 inches in these areas. Some places have already seen 6+ inches of rain already, and we haven't even seen Milton Center make landfall. But near and to the left of the track of the center is where we're going to see that heaviest rainfall play out. And this area highlighted in pink is where we have the highest risk of that life-threatening and potentially catastrophic flash and urban flooding playing out tonight and Thursday. That includes Orlando, Daytona Beach, Tampa, St. Petersburg area, down to Sarasota, down to near Melbourne, with also risk extending north and south of that, maybe in a more isolated fashion. Next, I want to talk about the impacts of that much rain and what that kind of catastrophic flash flooding looks like. You will see water entering homes and businesses. People will be forced to be rescued and evacuated from flooded areas. You're going to have flooded roads that will make moving around and evacuation difficult. And it's going to be a very dangerous situation to be out and about. So again, another reason to shelter in place. And again, when you have this much rainfall and this type of flooding, places flood that don't normally flood. And so that's another thing to remember as we go through the night. Next, let's talk about the tornado threat, which has been substantial and played out with many tornado warnings, many confirmed tornadoes occurring across central and southern portions of the Florida Peninsula this afternoon. Again, this risk extends through the overnight hours, especially in places along the southeast coast of Florida from Miami northward to Melbourne, but also includes Orlando and Tampa Tampa and all the way down to the Florida Keys. There's a tornado watch in effect for this area through 9 p.m. tonight, will likely be extended into the overnight hours. One important thing to remember is you can have multiple tornadoes or potential tornadoes impact you in the same area as these thunderstorms that we can see here on the radar imagery move over the same area on the east side of the circulation of Milton. Just because you've had one tornado warning and it goes past you doesn't mean you can't be affected by another potential tornado later on. So as we go through the nighttime hours, we want to have multiple ways to receive weather warnings through your phone alerts turned on your smartphone, NOAA weather radio. If you still have power, you can use TV. Reach out to your friends and loved ones if you see a warning issued. You want to be able to be alerted if a tornado warning or a flash flood emergency is issued, especially overnight, so that you can get to a safe location. Let's talk a little bit now about post-storm safety. We know the storm is just getting started, but in the aftermath of significant hurricanes like Milton, we lose a lot of people to post-storm accidents. So we want to talk about widespread power outages. How do you keep yourself safe? You want to use flashlights and not candles. You want to practice portable generator safety. We lose a lot of people to carbon monoxide poisoning from improper generator use. And you want to be careful with any food and water left in your home without refrigeration. Again, make sure that it's safe to eat. And then also be careful after the storm cleaning up. Don't overexert yourself. We have a lot of people succumb to cardiac arrest, heart attacks, other medical issues after the storm. And be careful with the cleanup equipment, chainsaws. And also you have to be careful in the heat, post-storm heat. It's still going to be Florida. It's still October. It can be very warm afterwards. So again, you want to be safe after the storm and not become a statistic. So let's wrap up as with these final key points for Milton before landfall in the next few hours. We're expecting a large area of destructive storm surge with inundation of 10 feet or greater above ground level along portions of the west central coast of the Florida Peninsula, accompanied with damaging waves, and water levels are going to rise rapidly in the next few hours as the eye of Milton approaches the coast. And strong onshore winds on the backside of the hurricane will also cause a rapid rise in water after the center makes landfall as well. We're going to see devastating hurricane-force winds along portions of the west coast of Florida and across the peninsula to the east coast, especially in gusts as we go through the overnight hours and into Thursday. Devastating hurricane-force winds, particularly where the eye of Milton comes on shore along the west central Florida coast. And again, the risk of strong tornadoes will continue through the evening hours across the southern and central portions of the Florida Peninsula. If a tornado warning is issued for your area, take shelter in an interior room on the lowest floor of your home. And then finally, the heavy rainfall and flooding threat will continue to play out through tonight and into Thursday in portions of Florida, especially that central Florida Peninsula I-4 corridor with the potential for life-threatening and catastrophic flooding. So please stay safe throughout the event. Keep coming back here to the National Hurricane Center at hurricanes.gov for the latest on Milton. You can get the latest local warnings and information for your area from your local National Weather Service office at weather.gov. Thanks for joining us. I'm Mike Brennan at the National Hurricane Center.
Hurricane Milton is currently in the process of making landfall in Sarasota County as a Category 3 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 120 miles per hour. It's moving toward the northeast at 17 miles per hour, and it will continue to move across central Florida throughout the night and into the early morning hours. We have seen a weakening of the storm over the last 24 hours. We also saw it sped up, which means it's hitting the Gulf Coast prior to high tide, which we hope will help mitigate some of the storm surge. You see it already developing, and there's going to continue to be storm surge both on the west coast and eventually on the east coast of Florida. And we're going to see a significant amount of rainfall on the northern part of the storm. There's already been 116 tornado warnings with 19 confirmed touchdowns throughout the state, 9 flash flood warnings, and 4 additional flood watches, with many, many more to come. Numerous counties have reported tornado damage. Peak storm surge is predicted to be between 5 and 13 feet, depending on where you are on the Gulf Coast of Florida. As of right now, the peak storm surge looks to be between the Charlotte-Lee County line up until Anna Maria Island in Manatee County. Prior to landfall, the state completed nearly 2,000 missions. Generators were sent to shelters. We have massive amounts of fuel reserves that are staged and ready to go, millions of gallons of gas. When the ports reopen, Florida Highway Patrol will be standing by to escort fuel trucks to service stations so that people will have access to fuel as they return to their homes. The Florida Department of Transportation is staged and ready to go as soon as the storm passes. They have 156 bridge inspectors which will go to clear the bridges, equipment, and trucks. We have massive amounts of search and rescue equipment and personnel standing by. And we hope that there's not a big need for that, but we're prepared for that. And that's not just our state and local, it's also our National Guard, our State Guard. We have about 9,000 National Guard personnel between Florida and other states. We also have Florida Highway Patrol, Fish and Wildlife, Department of Law Enforcement, and of course our Florida State Guard. There was a lot of questions about pre-staging linemen, which is our practice here in Florida, given that you have a lot of linemen working for Hurricane Helene in places like Georgia and North Carolina. I'm happy to report that we have over 50,000 linemen that are in the state of Florida, and as soon as it's safe to do so, they will commence with power restoration. We're already seeing power outages. You're going to continue to see a lot more power outages over the course of tonight and into tomorrow morning. Now, at this point, it's too dangerous to evacuate safely, so you have to shelter in place and just hunker down. Category 3 storm for most places in Florida, particularly newer construction, likely the building is going to be able to withstand it. But if you start to get in a situation where trees are snapping, power's popping, you do have to treat it like a tornado. And then if you are in a tornado warning, that's a duck and cover in a place that's safe in your structure. Those can be very, very dangerous, even if you are inside in cover. Stay inside and stay off the roads. Floodwaters and rushing storm surge are very dangerous, and I would say that's even more so in spite of everything the state did to help these local communities hit by Helene remove a lot of debris, and they did move a lot of debris over the last 72 hours. You're going to have new debris created, and you still have some of that old debris in some of those places. So there's going to be hazards in the storm surge and in the flood waters. Stay put until the storm is passed. If you are in Sarasota, Manatee, some of those areas where the eye of the storm is going, it may be where things calm down for a minute. Just understand that means you're in the eye. It's going to go back and get really nasty very soon. So don't go outdoors until it is confirmed safe. You can listen to your local emergency management officials about that one. Power outages are going to happen, as I mentioned, so please, if you're using a generator, make sure that you're using it safely from windows and doorways. If you see dangerous conditions, please report those to your local authorities so that they can help protect people and mitigate it. So the storm is here. It's time for everybody to hunker down. I know we've got massive amounts of resources that have been prepared for this storm. People are tired because of having to deal with Hurricane Helene, and yet all I've seen is people just dig deep inside and say, we're not going to be denied, we're going to get the job done. So I really appreciate everybody that's worked so hard on the heels of Helene to prepare for this storm and to be ready to go. And you will see that in action very shortly as this storm passes. Okay, Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor, for leading us through this. Appreciate your support. Conditions across the state continue to deteriorate as Hurricane Milton approaches landfall on Florida's. No more Michael. No, sir. No, sir. As Hurricane Milton approaches landfall on Florida's west coast. Many areas are already experiencing life-threatening storm surge or life-threatening tornadoes. Please make sure if a tornado warning comes in, especially on our east coast of Florida, we have certainly had a lot of tornadic activity over there with confirmed radar signature, confirmed tornadoes. We do have Virginia Task Force 1, Ohio Task Force 1, and Miami Task Force 1 going into those areas to help with those structural collapses that have happened. We're receiving somewhere in the neighborhood, this is really, really rough numbers right now, but about 125 homes that have been destroyed, most of them mobile homes and senior communities. So we're trying to get into Florida's most vulnerable to make sure they're taken care of. If you have not already left, as I just said, as the governor just said, you need to stay inside, stay safe, and stay put. Make sure that you're getting to a central area of your home, that you're getting as low as you possibly can. That is, if you have a single-story residence. And no storm surge, you want to get as low as you possibly can. I had this question asked to me earlier. Do I go to the bottom of the house if I got storm surge? The answer is no. If you've got 2 floors, you need to go to the lowest part of the 2nd floor to escape the storm surge. Please do not. If you have storm surge coming in, please just do not go to the lowest level of your home. Do not attempt to leave your home or drive during the storm. Roads may be flooded, blocked by debris, or have down power lines. Please do not risk it. If you hear, as the governor said, if you hear trees snapping, that means that there is going to be flying debris. You should seek shelter immediately and treat it as if it's a tornado. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting household items such as pillows, heavy coats, blankets on top of you. There may be a point where you think the storm is over If it goes from absolutely nothing, or absolutely horrible and terrible to absolutely nothing, then you are most likely in the eye of the tornado. Please stay in place. Do not come out. We are anticipating power outages, as the governor's already mentioned, with this storm. Take time now, if you still have power, to keep those electronic devices plugged in and keep the charge full. If you lose power and are going to use a generator for backup power, please use it safely. You've heard the governor and myself say this. Keep it 20 feet away from the doors and windows of your home. Make sure you wait 20 minutes for it to cool down before you refuel it. Make sure it's on a clean, dry surface. And then be sure to have a carbon monoxide monitor in your home. After the storm has passed your area, it is critical that you listen to local authorities for guidance on when it is safe to go outside or to return home. Do not venture out. Hazardous materials, debris, and flooding could still be present. Do not attempt to clean up the debris by yourself, especially fallen trees or power lines. If you see a dangerous condition, please report them to your local authorities utilizing your 911 lines or non-emergency lines. Residents needing information can continue to call our State Assistance Information Line, which will be open for most likely weeks. That number is 1-800-342-3557. That's 1-800-342-3557. Please follow the agency on X and Instagram at FLSERT and on Facebook at FDEM. That is the best way to go and catch up on latest up-to-date information from the division. If you do not have access to that, but you have access to the internet, please make sure you go to floridadisaster.org/updates. Floridians, we are with you. We will be with you. The state of Florida is leading the way on this charge. Please know that we're coming as fast as we possibly can. There's going to be places that we just cannot get to until the winds die down. But as I've already mentioned, there are strong winds. There are banding rains. But we have the men and women of Florida Task Force 1 out of Miami-Dade, as well as members from the Ohio and Virginia Task Force going into harm's way to help you out. We will continue to do that all night long. I will be here throughout the night along with my team. Governor, it's been a pleasure working with you to this point, but I also want to say thank you for your leadership, and I know that you're not going to go anywhere anytime soon, and I appreciate your leadership. Thank you, sir.
So we are staged with massive amounts of search and rescue assets, not just with the cities and counties and their considerable resources, all the state assets for our state agencies and National Guard, as well as urban search and rescue teams. And so we will be ready to help people who are in harm's way, and hopefully we don't have a lot. I know a lot of people did heed the call to leave, but that will be a priority to save lives. We also have a record number of people there for the restoration of power, these linemen. People love seeing the linemen coming in on the interstate. It's a great sight. They will get to work, get their power resumed as quick as possible. And then we have massive amounts of fuel on standby that we can use, but we also want to make sure these ports get up and running. I mean, we'll see what the damage is to Manatee. Our federal partners like the Army Corps and some of these agencies, some expectations about getting these ports back. And I think there's a difference between kind of Florida expectations, which is like we get this stuff done quick, and maybe how the federal bureaucracies have typically worked. But I think that we have had very good conversations. I think there is a sense of urgency with some of the federal agencies as well, but we want to get these ports back open as quickly as possible. We're going to have to assess some damage. Now, the track of this storm, the fact that it is Sarasota, perhaps the Port of Tampa is not going to take a major hit like it would have if it was a direct impact, but we'll see. Manatee is probably going to be a little bit closer to where it's getting some of the big impact, but we think it's really important that all services are be able to resume, and we have contingencies to be able to get fuel in where it needs to go, but it sure be a lot easier if we just get that coming into the ports. And so those are all going to be priorities from here on out. So if you are watching this, just hunker down. If you're in the path of this storm, it's dangerous outside. There's going to be a lot of hazards. Even when it passes, if there's floodwaters, be very careful about any of that. Help is on the way. We're going to get everyone back, get everyone up on their feet again, and we'll mitigate the damage as best we can.
The president said that he has spoken with you. Have you talked about getting more resources from the federal government here in the state, getting things back open?
So as I mentioned, we've been discussing with some of the federal partners about acceleration of what needs to be done, if something needs to be done on these ports. You know, to say like, oh, it's going to be weeks for a port, no, that doesn't work. Okay, we got to get it open. And I think they're of the same mind, and I think that Kevin and our team have had good conversations. We've also, Kevin, I know, is talking, both Kevin and I talk with the FEMA administrator about some of the things that we're looking for. You know, for example, with this debris, let local governments do the debris a little bit differently so that we incentivize people to come and do it quickly. Because the way it goes now, it was hard to even get people to do their debris. You had them going other ways. It just didn't make economic sense for doing that. And a lot of the debris takes like 6 months to do, and that's just kind of been the standard. I think we showed by surging our resources, which is really unprecedented, you know, we knocked out a lot of debris in like 72 hours. So we want to have a debris where there's incentives to do it and do it quickly. Look, I don't want to have to, you know, we even talk about this now, but we're not out of hurricane season. There is the possibility of another storm brewing, and it's going to come into the Gulf. It's possible. I hope it doesn't happen. But so we want to be able to have them with contractors and have them have things working with the FEMA reimbursements that makes sense. And I think Kevin, yeah, I think Administrator Criswell has been very receptive to that, because it does. It just makes sense.
Governor, Dr. Guthrie, in terms of the timeline of recovery, and last time with Helene, you were able to get search and rescue units kind of out there before, if I remember correctly, before the sun even came up.
That'll happen again. Yes. So, yeah, they will do in the dark. That is totally, absolutely fine. It's just a question of making sure that it's safe for them to go out. So as soon as that storm passes, and the fact that it came in earlier than thought, that's good for the high tide, because the high tide's not here yet. I think it'll help with the surge, but it's going to mean pretty much all the rescues are going to be done in the dark in the middle of the night. But that's fine. They're going to do that. All of our folks are doing that, and they will be on target.
Since you have so many people here in the state, more than previous storms, are you expecting things to kind of be restored quicker than previous storms? Like Helene was power back within a week. Are we expecting that even sooner, 3 days, 5 days?
Well, we need to figure out how much power is out. I mean, we just don't know, right? And so we'll see. But I thought, you know, we didn't get hit with Dorian, but it was coming, so we prepared. I thought maybe we had reached 50 with Dorian. We didn't. We reached in the 40s. We did 40,000s for Ian in the 40s. This is the first time we've crossed 50, and so I think that that's good. I think there's a lot of people that are excited about going to work. I know Floridians really appreciate these guys when they get out there. And if you look, the fact that it's going Sarasota across, that's heavy Florida Power and Light territory. You know, those guys are a well-oiled machine at this. They do a really good job. A lot of their infrastructure handles the storms very well. And so a lot of times when you're talking about power restoration, if you have the people there and you go quick, you can potentially reconnect relatively quickly. If the whole thing is blown out where you have to rebuild it, it takes longer. My sense is that if it's a lot of FPL stuff, their infrastructure probably is going to be able to weather a lot of this, so they'll have to do some reconnects, but maybe not a full rebuild. Fort Myers Beach for Hurricane Ian was FPL, and they honestly, they could have gotten the power back on very quickly. It was too dangerous to hook it up because of the homes with the storm surge, but their substations actually did pretty good. So I think it remains to be seen with that. Now, in terms of the search and rescue personnel, I'd like nothing better than to be here tomorrow night telling you we're sending all of it back to the States. I would love that, to say, you know what, we did whatever we needed to do, just like Helene, and then 12, 24 hours later, it was fine. Thank you, and you guys go back home. We would love to do that. I'm hoping that we're not going to need them to be long, but it's just going to depend on what the damage is. So we'll see. I mean, look, these storms, it's like how many, what population, how many people, how much infrastructure, and this thing has come up. It kind of went east into Sarasota County. I don't know where they're going to say the landfall was. Maybe Venice, from what I'm looking on the radar. Maybe middle Sarasota County. But if it cuts across from there, there's a lot of rural areas. Whereas if it would have gone into Tampa Bay and rode up I-4, that's like millions and millions of people. I do think north of the storm, there's a lot of precipitation. I think you're going to see inland flooding in central Florida, north central Florida. I think you're going to see storm surge in northeast Florida, places like Daytona Beach, Flagler Beach, St. Johns County. I think you will see that coming on the backside of the storm. So we'll see how all that shakes out. But bottom line is we have the resources amassed. We'll use all that we need. But yes, I hope I can just send a bunch of them home to say, you know, we got the job done.
And FHP posted a video earlier today of a dog chained to a fence. They went and rescued it. Do you know what's happening with that dog?
I mean, first of all, what kind of an animal would just leave a dog chained to a pole in the middle of a hurricane? I mean, it's just unbelievable that somebody would do that. And so I'm thankful for the FHP folks out of Tampa for rescuing the dog. They did bring it to the vet. The dog has a clean bill of health. And who knows, maybe we'll do some adoption, put the dog up for adoption, and we can have some people in Florida come and compete for it and take it. But, you know, it's just like, I mean, people do a lot of dumb things, but you just see that. And so I hope they find the person who did it, and that person should have the book thrown at them. We've got very good laws in Florida against animal cruelty. You know, these dogs, we've got dogs that are going to be helping in the storm. These police working dogs, they're great canines. So we don't have tolerance for that in Florida. I thought it was outrageous that somebody would do that.
Can you talk about the size of the storm and what people should expect from the wind fields, how wide the eye is, or anything like that as it comes on shore?
So it's interesting. I think the storm did deteriorate because of the wind shear. I mean, we were here, what, 24 hours ago, and it was 180 miles an hour. And no one thought it was going to come ashore at that. But I think a lot of people thought it was going to come ashore as a pretty strong 4. And it ended up coming as basically a mid-level 3. Now, it doesn't mean there's not storm surge. It doesn't mean there's not hazards. There is. It's a serious, serious storm. But in terms of some of the damage that we're going to see from wind, there just is a big difference between 140, 150, and 120. We saw it with Hurricane Ian, which was basically a Category 5. I think it may have landed just a tick below. Of course, we saw it with Hurricane Michael, which was a Category 5. As you get into the 120 range, 115 range, still hazardous, can still do a lot of damage. But Florida buildings in particular, new ones, they're going to be able to withstand that for sure. And so I think that likely, look, I'm cautiously optimistic that with the Florida building code that you're going to do. Now, the storm surge is a different story, and we've had storms that, you know, Hurricane Michael was not necessarily known for being massive storm surge, even though it was like a tornado and it obliterated so many structures. And then there have been other storms that have been Cat 3 that produced massive storm surge. So I think it's too early to tell on that, but I think the fact that whether it was the shear or whatever happened, the fact that it did weaken before it made landfall is going to be benefit to us compared to what we were looking at 24 hours ago. But regardless of the winds from the storm directly, we've already seen probably more tornado watches than I've ever seen. I was talking to people, do you ever remember? No one remembers ever seeing this many tornado warnings that have been done. So that spun off a lot of tornadoes. And you have them, it's not like, yeah, there was Fort Myers, but there was Palm Beach, there was Port St. Lucie. I mean, it was all over the state. So that is a hazard for sure, and I think we're likely to continue to see those throughout tonight.
Governor, on the point of the tornadoes, about the incentives for debris removal crews to get more of them coming in here.
So as the governor said, he and I had a conversation today with Deanne Criswell. She's actually coming in here tonight at some point in time when weather permits to be with us tomorrow. But I will say she said that we were on the right track. She felt like that was a very good idea to get some type of incentive for individuals to come here. Maybe, again, incentivizing people from maybe west of the Mississippi, west of the Ohio River, so we're not competing against people that are in North Carolina. But again, we talked about some potential opportunities there, and she was going to get her some of her senior directors to come in, and one of them, Robert Pesapane, who is actually over that entire program, is actually traveling from D.C. tonight as well to actually sit down and have a conversation with us so that we could all get to a situation where we think the best move forward is, we can take that best move forward. However, as the governor also alluded to, there's I think a parallel path, and you know that we We don't do bureaucracy. We don't go in linear paths. We don't throw all of our eggs in one basket. We are talking about reaching out for Emergency Management Assistance Compact, EMAC, or mutual aid through other states to start bringing in some other DOT-like, public works-like individuals to help us with mutual aid. To, again, we don't know what might happen in the next 10 to 15 days. We want to get some of this debris picked up again. We've shown how government sometimes, unfortunately, usually private sector is better than us, but we've shown them that we can get this stuff done and we can get it done quickly if we cut through the bureaucracy. So we're going to look at the incentive-ish program, and we're going to also look at bringing in mutual aid from other states.
Well, I mean, and, you know, the thing is there could be another storm this season, but the debris, I mean, you did the standard practice with this debris, the way it works, is it takes months and months to do debris. I mean, like, you know, I remember Michael, how long it took to do the debris. Ian, there was debris. I mean, like, and a lot of it is like, you know, the local governments are like, you know, worried what FEMA's going to reimburse and this and that. And I'm just thinking to myself, you know, the incentive should be to get it done as quickly as possible. And, you know, it's a difficult situation because you have like Mexico Beach after Hurricane Michael. They had $90 million of debris cleanup. And I think their annual budget was like $5 million. So they obviously need that reimbursement. And I think they got 100%. Oh, yeah, they did, because I went and got it from President Trump, 100% of reimbursement for like the first 45 days. But to have the debris for 6 months, a year, or more than that, and I would never think that we would be able to say that government would do better than private. But when we took all our trucks, they're all over the state doing all this stuff at the normal course of business, and we said, okay, this is a hazard. Let's do emergency 24/7. And they were going, and they picked up 3,000 plus loads of debris on Anna Maria Island, on Madeira Beach, all these places, and then brought them to this landfill. As I said, this is a local responsibility. I don't think the state can be in the business of cleaning up everybody's debris. First of all, we just are too big of a state. I mean, there's no way a state government can do that. So this was kind of an extraordinary circumstance, but we also have to look at why is this always a problem? And I think what Kevin is doing, I think, is smart. I think the administrator will work constructively with him, and I think we'll probably get somewhere that's going to be more efficient and more effective.
Governor, along that path of bureaucracy, you made the decision to ask the legislature to set aside that money for emergency so that you'd be able to have the state get money and start paying for things in a much quicker fashion. The budget system indicates that so far you've gone through about $250 million, which is about half of what you got. I mean, you guys.
Well, no, we'll be fine. Yeah, I mean, if we exhaust that, I still under emergency, I still can do, and we'll do that. And I would say, you know, this will probably be a 90-10 storm, you think, or
we're going to ask for it.
Yeah, so we'll end up asking for 90-10 for a lot of this stuff, and it just takes a while, but we know we'll get it. I mean, we're still getting reimbursements from some of these past storms, so it's just the way it is. But yeah, we're fine. We have what we do, and look, when you deal with these storms, you got to make a decision. We never want to spend money that is not going to be effective, of course, but I think the question is, you know, are you willing to spend money to be prepared? And when you're fully prepared, you will end up not using some of the things that you've amassed. I mean, who knows? Maybe we instead of having 2.4 million restorations like we did with Helene, maybe we'll have less than that with this. We had 30,000 for Helene Lyman. We have 50,000 now. Was that bad that we had? No, it wasn't. We've had other things staged. We had fuel staged for Helene. We didn't have to use any of it. The gas stations were fine. We have fuel stage now. We may need to do it. And so these are things we look at contingencies, what could potentially happen, plan for the contingencies. And when you plan for it, you do got to spend some money to execute these contracts. But if you don't end up having to do it, I would much rather do that than be in a situation where like we have no gas in the state or we don't have enough people to hook up people's power. And it does cost when we do the mutual aid, when we bring in the linemen, you know, the state is responsible for some of those costs. But the way I view it is if we can get people back, like, I mean, I think we had 2 million restored within 72 hours for Hurricane Helene. That gets everyone back on their feet and the state gets moving again. That pays for itself. If you have power out, the standard used to be people be out of power for 3 weeks or 4 weeks. that is not, I think that's bad. I think that hurts the economy. I think that hurts the quality of life. So that's just how you got to do it. Our view is let's just be prepared. That's why we have the fund. And you're going to be better off being prepared ultimately than if you're not willing to do it.
Search and rescue. I know it's a big emphasis for the state. What happens if 911 goes down, God forbid, or cell towers go down, and people can't reach the hotline or 911 to call search and rescue? What should those families and those individuals do?
So the enhanced or next-gen 911 system that is in place throughout the country, it's overseen by the Department of Management Services, but at the same time, the mechanics of it is if a county goes down, if a county cannot receive those 911 calls, it's going to roll over to another county. So there is a redundancy that is numerous layers deep that will end up getting that 911 call. When that 911 address pops up on a dispatcher screen, it's actually going to tell them where the home service is at. So it will say Hendry County. It'll show up Punta Gorda. So the people in Hendry County know automatically, okay, I'm actually receiving a call from another area. There's something wrong. They're still going to, all of our dispatchers are trained, our 911 coordinators are trained underneath a Department of Health certificate. So they have all the same standard training throughout the state of Florida. That is a required statute. So they can take that call just as good in Hendry County as they can in, say, Charlotte County. They'll transfer that information. We have redundant systems all across the state. We still have World War II, Cold War era technology that are copper lines that go from every single emergency management agency in this city, in this state, to another emergency management. So that'll come in, they'll get the information, they'll pick up that, hotline, call that next county over and say, this is what's going on, and then people will respond to that.
Well, also, I think what you've seen in past is there is the redundancy, but then if someone does need to be, if there's 10 feet of storm surge somewhere, you go rescue, and then they'll, like our boats, they'll go around and check on people, they'll do all that. So you're going to see a massive effort as soon as it's safe to do so to check in the areas that were the hardest hit by surge if there's anybody in distress, because someone may not be able to call. Now, even if the 911's working, they may not be able to do that. And if you see somebody that's sitting on their roof, someone's going to go and pick them up. That's just how we roll.
For the tornadoes, Director Guthrie mentioned about 125 structures that were destroyed. Does the state have any confirmed fatalities from those tornadoes?
Not yet. I think that there's some injuries. I don't think we can rule out fatalities, but we don't have any confirmed yet.
Does the state have a number on how many people are in county shelters or those state supplemented shelters?
So I appreciate the question. I did a 5:15 call where we were getting some real-time numbers updated. I'm going to say it's probably close to 100,000. We had a lot of counties that their numbers went up exponentially. Earlier today, we put 31,000 out there. But for instance, Hillsborough reported a couple of maxed out. Pinellas reported a couple of maxed out. But every county that reported something maxed out still said, even though it was a single shelter, still said they had plenty of capacity in their system. So we're nowhere near capacity that we have, which was well over 220,000 beds as of our earlier briefing today. But I would estimate it's probably around 100,000 and maybe growing.
And I think and it makes sense that it grew a lot today, because the storm wasn't expected to hit until tonight. So you don't need to be there. Like a lot of people, why would you be there on a Tuesday night? They'll just go Wednesday morning. So we anticipated that would happen. We have capacity. I think when you're talking about storm surge on these barrier islands, a lot of those folks have the wherewithal and the means to be able to go somewhere else, hotel, family, friends. And so they're probably not the prime candidates that are going to go to shelter. I think a shelter is a lot of times some of the elderly, some of the people that may not have as much means, and that's there for them. And I think people have utilized it well. Okay, thanks so much.
You are watching the Florida Channel.
inspectors, 328 cut and toss personnel, and over 1,500 pieces of heavy equipment. Florida National Guard, Florida State Guard, Florida Fish and Wildlife, and the Florida Highway Patrol have activated additional personnel in advance of this storm. We have hundreds of state search and rescue personnel on hand, 26 total teams. They are currently embedded in the potential impact sites along the West Coast to begin immediate rescue operations as soon as the storm passes. The National Guard is deploying 6,000 Florida National Guardsmen as well as 3,000 National Guardsmen from other states, and so we thank for the support on that. We have 34 search and rescue been brought in from other states. We have 500 tactical vehicles, including 180 high water vehicles, aerial, water, and ground National Guard search and rescue teams. This is the largest Florida National Guard search and rescue mobilization in the entire history of the state of Florida. Our Florida State Guard is also deploying almost 200 soldiers. Have in Florida, by the time the storm arises, over 50,000 linemen, and those linemen are being brought in from places as far away as California. So as soon as that storm passes, you're going to see the assessments and the power restoration efforts commence immediately. Additionally, the state of Florida has assisted with the evacuation of 352 healthcare facilities in the potential path of the storm. 16 hospitals have been evacuated. The state veteran nursing homes are currently located that are in the cone, are all accepting families of their residents to shelter with them. All of those are hurricane proof. All of them are outside of flood zones. So if you do have a family member that's in one of our state nursing homes, you can go and you can shelter with them. That's a safe option, and I know the veterans would appreciate it. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement is directing deployment of additional 500 out-of-state law enforcement officers. These officers will help respond after the storm to maintain law and order. And there is going to be a lot of damage from this storm. There's going to be opportunities for people to try to take advantage of that. My message to you is don't even think about it. We are going to come down hard on you. You are not going to be, you're going to regret that you tried to do that. So I appreciate all the other folks from out of state who are coming in to supplement this effort. We need to maintain law and order. FDLE's mutual aid team is managing more than 70 active law enforcement missions. We're happy for that. So we're preparing for Milton, but we're also still recovering from Hurricane Helene. When Hurricane Helene hit, we reactivated the Florida Disaster Fund. We are now accepting donations into the Florida Disaster Fund for both storms, both Helene and for Milton. This is a private fund. It's affiliated with the $63 million after Hurricane Ian to help people largely in Southwest Florida.